What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Happy Sunday, everybody. Zilla, farming for bracers. Now can't wait to obtain it. You want to do Throne Room there, Zilla. Throne Room is a guaranteed bracer drop. As far as accessories go, Alk Labs is a guaranteed brooch. Throne Room is a guaranteed bracer. And then Summit is guaranteed mask. What's going on, Christian? How you doing, man? Happy Sunday, y'all. Happy Sunday. So here we are. I didn't play at all, so it's 100% on stream, and we are about to find out how many waves it takes in Nightmare to go from 73 to 83. Now, if it gets too rough doing the endless mode, then of course I'll just reset the map and start at wave 23. But I think the map to go to is probably going to be the prom here. So let's see. Yep, Nightmare Hardcore Prom. Let's get it. So I'm curious to see what it's going to take. Now, previously, it would take one full prom run and then like 7 more wave 20 starts to go from 73 to 83. And, of course, now we have endless mode that allows us to just do it. Do our business. The question I'm going to have here, additionally, is copter ogres. And how am I going to deal with copter ogres? We will find out. We will find out. I just want to get the ogre slap party started first. And then we'll see what we're going to do from there. I think we're gonna triple slap them here, maybe. Just for pure, pure obscenity. Triple slap. What's up, Kingdom Heart? How you doing? Farming some endless while doing some university work, that's fair. Alright, so we know we're gonna have copters coming in on this side, and this additionally is a boss lane, or an ogre lane. How do we want to do this? Let's go with a spider. Spider in the middle. I mean, it's going to take me a few waves to get it built out, I think. We got 74 DU left, so quite a bit of DU left to work with. And then we're going to have copters from here. And then we're going to have copters from up there. Had a good night, no crashing last night, then crashed 3 times this morning. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What's going on, Bravo? How you doing? I'm hoping that hotfix gets out on Monday. We'll have to see. Of course, the Chromies will all be back in town from their holiday. Remember, I upgraded that weapon, so I want to make sure... Yeah, we're using the correct weapon now. I have spiders down there, too. And I'm wondering, do we just throw a couple of archers down here, maybe? To deal with the spiders? I think that probably would be the way to go. And then we're going to have spiders up here as well. So like a couple of archers here. We'll deal with those spiders. We can go a couple of archers here to deal with these spiders. Let's go ahead and reflect these guys, or pardon me, overclock these guys. Actually, I might want to reflect as well. I don't think we'll need a reflect up top, though. Throw one in there. Yeah, I don't think we'll need a reflect here. Actually, we might. I don't think we will. I think it'll be alright. Let's get a little buff beam action. Gonna want to get some R's in the mix too. Phil will be back to work in 28 hours a day. Oh yeah. Dude has been hard at it, man. Gotta give him that. The update is not perfect. It's not flawless. But you can't knock Phil's lack of effort. Dude has been a workhorse. Let's go with an ensnare there. We'll go and ensnare here. I'm wondering, do I gas these too? I mean, I feel like I should gas the spawns as well. Hard way that the overdried rune will make the power go negative. Yeah, it will. Was wondering why I was having trouble on Prom out of nowhere. Yeah, man, that'll do it. That will do it. I guess let's go ahead and... I got 29 left. Let's gas them. We're going to have copter ogre issues here, and I'm wondering, do I just, you know, do I even attempt to deal with them? Or do I just let them do their thing? Alright, I think that's going to be a pretty solid start. We do have 17 DU left. I'm not sure what I want to do with that 17 yet. I mean, a couple of spiders right here would clear those copters. These guys might clear those copters. Or no, I guess they won't. I think we might have to go with a more complete set right here. Yeah, I've done that several times myself there, Crew Heels. You have a big WTF moment, you know? Wondering where all the power went, and then you realize... Alright, let's change this up a little and go with something a little bit more complete here. Like, why don't we go Spider, Siren, and then 2 archers. And then any ogres that come up top here should get slapped. Hopefully. I kind of feel obligated to give him a reflect beam now. Maybe one here. And one here. I don't think the ogres at that spawn will throw at him. I think they're going to throw at that business down there. Okay, so that leaves 8 left. What do we want to do with 8? I feel like we throw... let me get rid of this overclock for now. We throw a couple of archers in here. For a little bit extra juice. And then I didn't do anything over here yet, huh? Maybe I can't throw a couple of extra archers there. That leaves me 9. I don't think that's a spider right here. Oh, I didn't do anything over here either. This is a problem. I went a little too ham up here, I believe. Let's see. We want 1 siren, 1 spider there. And then a buff beam. What's up, Shadow Shot? How you doing, man? It's gonna leave me 3. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of some of these gas traps. I hate to do it. Because, you know, I mean, it'll be one shark and push away from GG's. Let's get rid of that one. That gives me 9. Well, we couldn't put a spider here, but to be honest with you, I don't think a spider will hit those enemies there anyway. Doing a Satisfactory playthrough again. Dude, Satisfactory has had so many updates since I played it last. I would love to do another Satisfactory playthrough at some point, but I mean, I got so many games to play right now. And what am I doing? Grinding runes. The addiction is real, you know? Oh, I'm gonna have to fix my loot filter too, because I played on my main account last night. Let's see, for runes, we'll take it all the way back down. For armor, we'll get rid of that. We'll go there. We'll get rid of that. And that should deal with armor. I think pets will probably be fine. Actually, let's do that. Actually, let's do that. Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep legendaries for now. They've got dedicated servers for multiplayer now. Yeah, Ren on my Discord server had a server set up for a while, but nobody joined him. Like, I think almost no one joined him, and he just said to hell with it and shut it down. That's the problem with all of us grind game addicts. We get our grind going and we miss out on so many other great games just because, you know, sacrificing life to the grind. That is the struggle with grindy games, that is for sure. I mean, you get your money's worth out of them, that's a good thing. But boy, do you end up sinking a lot of hours. I think with the spawn camp, maybe the Sharkin won't really have an opportunity to charge like, you know, they want to. God, I hate that I keep switching my weapons. Maybe I should switch slots. Because I want this weapon to be my main hand. I only have 100 days of game time in DDA. Whew, man. Shit, man, it makes me wonder, should I have put an ogre right here to deal with those? And an ogre here. I mean, I could have gotten rid of all this stuff and just went with an ogre. I think we'll leave it, though. Let's let it fly here. You got the shock beam godly rune 3 times in a row yesterday before the buff beam godly finally dropped. Oh yeah, Act 2 and then Act 5 is brutal as well. I don't know if you've done any Act 5 grind. Act 5 was just as bad as Act 2 for me personally. I'm still missing the Ensnare aura from Act 2, but I've got everything else from Act 2. And I've got all of Act 5 now, finally. But, man, it was a grind. Act 5 was a grind. Since the update launched, I've been rewatching Star Trek Discovery. I'm on Season 4 last night. And almost all of that has been Act 5. It's been just painfully brutal. You have an extra ensnare aura? Nice. And then another... What, the Beaming Blossoms I still need to get. That's a hot item. I've got Wisps already, which is nice. But would love to get that Beaming Blossom. Well, I mean, want all the stuff eventually, you know. Got to get all the stuff and things. I don't want to burn myself out, though. You know, I want to grind this stuff out and get all the things. But on the same note, I want to make sure not to completely burn myself out. So I am probably going to take a little mini break soon and play something else. Maybe get caught up a little in Warframe. There's a Path of Exile League that should be starting within the next few weeks. I think they said December 9th. Oh yeah, definitely. The rune system has been very, very nice. No doubt about it. It adds a ton. Adds an absolute ton. Now, what it took away is, like, right now, there's serious power creep, and the game difficulty is very trivial. So that's what we paid the price with it on, you know? Now, of course, assuming when the rest of Episode 2 comes, that will level itself out. But for the moment, we are a little bit beast mode. Just a touch beast mode. Well, I mean, just the next boss difficulty should do it. I mean, the Lichen King bonus difficulty, when it was added into the game, it was pretty extreme. It was a while until everybody had everything on farm. The difficulty was there. So if it brings the same level of difficulty increase that the Lichen King brought, I think we'll be fine. Now, of course, anybody that went through and grinded out all the godly runes already and is all decked out on top of it, then yeah, they're going to be beast. I don't know if we'll ever get another difficulty above Massacre, to be honest. Oh shit, I never buff beamed these guys. Well, what I can do is get rid of this buff beam, because these are only on spiders. I would much rather have a buff beam on these ogres than on those spiders. So, level 74, 9 more to go. We're only wave 7. I'm wondering how long it's going to take here. How long will it take? Thanks for subscribing there, Haka. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, a new difficulty, I think, would be close to the last update. Blunt Rada. Thank you so much for following as well. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Well, I mean, the question's going to boil down to how much of that is sustainable, you know? I mean, we're all loving the update, and there's lots of people that have come back to the game and have been playing. But I think this update, one of the challenges this update brings is for brand new players. Like a brand new player that's just joining, the summoner is so, I mean, so powerful that I think it's going to put a little bit of a bad taste in their mouth about the game. I mean, I hope not. I hope people stick to it and see what it's like in Massacre and not just see what it's like when they first load into their first maps, you know? I don't want to die, huh? I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. I'm excited to see what happens as we go into 2023. Very, very curious. Very curious. Blazing Fire. What's going on there, Thamlin? The Delphage. Not the Delphage. I'm wondering how harsh the Delphs are going to get here in the later waves. Could get rough. Could get rough. Just about to try out a newish build for a Bazaar. You know, this PDS do so well on the Bazaar. That was the one I was grinding for the Act 5 runes. You know, you can spam just the PDS on that on a buff beam with some reflex. Oh yeah, the amount of different builds you can make is over the top for sure. There's, I mean, so many viable things. We were talking about that in my Discord server earlier today, and just literally every defense in the game is pretty much viable now. What's this ogre hanging? He's still doing pretty good. What's going on there, Grand Joe? I'm doing good, man. Trying to make the final push to get into Massacre on this fresh playthrough here. So getting to level 83 is the goal. Gonna try to do it in one sitting here, but I don't know how long this build will hold up, you know? And I'm probably gonna have to, like, maybe wave 20 or whatever, take a quick loot break and look at the loot. Because I'm sure I'm gonna have some upgrades. Some upgrades on the ground. That Broadhead Bolts is a really good rune for the rogue as well. Sludge, Wisp, and DST aren't viable for you, but that's just out of pure spite. They're definitely still powerhouses. But hey, you got the benefit now of so many things to use, you know? Use whatever you're having fun using. Had a good little bomber roll. It is the attack speed and the projectiles there, though, is the question. I mean, that's a good bomber, though. I think my best one is 380 something. I don't remember how many ups it had. Speed cap with 3 projectiles. Nice, nice. The little bombers can be a grind. It's weird, too. Like, the second you don't want them anymore, they just are everywhere. You know, like last night I was grinding a little Royal Gardens and I ended up getting like 4 or 5 great starter little bombers, you know, that I just don't need anymore now. It sucks. What's the downside? Yeah, the downside is it makes it so your reflect beam takes damage like a regular wall when it gets hit by a projectile. It's not worth using, in my opinion. The other walls are just so good, you know? Ogres, Spike Blockades, and the Apprentice Wall are so good. It's just really hard-pressed to want to use that, that EV wall. Yeah, the Inferno Trapper. I mean, the Inferno was good before, but the Inferno Trapper is good. No, it still reflects, but it takes damage because it's now a wall. But it's just, the EV walls have always been niche. They've never been worth using as like your main wall at any point in the game ever. You know, they've always been really, really niche. And like I said, they just are heavily, heavily outclassed. Spike blockades, ogres, and arcane barriers are so good in comparison. And they do a ton of damage, you know? So it's a matter of just getting outclassed over convenience. The thing the EV wall offers is kind of lazy mode convenience. And if that's what you're going for, it's still going to work fine. Oh, wow. Full set of juicy armor, huh? That's impressive. This is a problem. He was inside of spawn protection. You're gonna have to keep an eye out for that. Hopefully that's not a continuing issue. I mean, I can always change the build up and take these ogres out and take those ogres out and then put a wall here with some sirens and whatnot. In fact, I think I might want to do that. And then additionally do the same thing down here. Put an ogre right here in the doorway. You know? I think I'm gonna do that. Let me save up mana for a couple of waves, and we'll get it swapped up. Yeah, Gen still buff the enemies in the spawn. Well, I just don't want the Gen to not be automated and soaking up my traps, you know, and that's what's happening here now. I got nothing hitting that Gen right there. I mean, it'll save me a ton of DU by moving that. Because it's going to be one less ogre per lane, you know? Nope, no end. It's true unlimited scaling. I mean, it will scale up. It will scale up beyond your level of capability eventually. And remember, there is Liking King waves too, so if you want a challenge, then you want to be doing Liking King survival. And it will, eventually, you will get pushed in, you know? Alright, what do we want to do? Save mana for 2 waves? Or 1 more wave? Blazing Fire. Where does that Immolation rune drop? Isn't that one in Act 3? There it is, right there. Okay, so it is in Act 3. Actually, I got 3,500 now. That's enough to build it. Let's swap things up a little here. And this will free up a bit of DU as well. So let's go with... do we want to put an ogre back? We put it... Yeah, let's just get it right in the doorway. Go with that. I think we want to get a gas in here. And then we'll go... Spider, Siren, Siren. That will allow me to get rid of this. A Jin buffed boss? That'd be brutal, man. I think we can double slap him here. That gives me 3 left. We can just drop a ensnare right here. And I think we're going to be in good shape here now. We shouldn't have the Jin chilling in the spawn. After the wave ends, all the dropped items are sold and not picked up, regardless of how the loot filter is configured. You need... Yeah, it's an issue with your loot filter, Lord Rymax. Configure your loot filter while in a map. Then you can look at the items on the ground. If the item is showing on the ground on your TAC map, then that means the loot filter is going to pick it up. So it's just something is off with your loot filter, which is very, very easy to do. I did do a little tutorial video on the old loot filter on YouTube a few days ago. I'm wondering here now too, do I bring this ogre up and then that's going to give me better line of sight on the... Yeah, I think we need to do that. God, I hate to change the whole build, but I feel like we need to bring that ogre up to here instead of spawn camping. What's going on there, Seamless? Oh, you got to 1.1 mil HP on your summoner? That is nuts. You must be using a giraffe or something, no? I don't even know how you could get that high on the summoner. Or are you talking about with the walls? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, man, they get thick. I think on my main account, my ogres are like fully upgraded. Yeah, it did a fresh start on an alt account. They're seamless to kind of check out the gameplay, the early entry-level gameplay progression. Pretty OP. The summoner's just beast. We don't need 3 ogres here either. In fact, let's just go ahead and do this. Move these guys in a little more. That's pretty good. Wisps have never really been like the meta, but yeah, they're still really powerful. You'll find that there's better alternatives than wisps now, where there's always been better alternatives to wisps, to be fair. Let's get a double slapper here. The double slapper. Alright, and that leaves me 2 left. I could throw an archer in somewhere. I guess we can just drop an archer right here. Yeah, they were good up until you got to the end game. Like in the keep, you had to have really jacked up wisps for that to be your main clear. As far as base progression, they did really, really good. Yeah, the Blossom rune is really good. It just gets screwed when you play active on a Warden. Well, yeah, I'm not saying they weren't usable. What I'm saying is they weren't the best thing. You know? I mean, I used Wisp all the time. I love them. But they were not the best thing to use. Sludge launchers are... or were, anyway, the strongest thing in the game. Now there's some things that, that will give it a run for its money. Oh shit, I never put a... I never got an ensnare aura in. That's a problem. I guess I'll get rid of that archer. And I don't need both of these reflects here anymore. I'll get rid of one of these reflects and this archer. And that will give me... that'll give me the 3DU. Yeah, the PDS in a situation where it's got line of sight to the spawns, it's absolutely incredible. Crazy, crazy good. Spiders are the MVP of the update, without a doubt. They slow ogres. The slow appears to stack with other slows. Just does ridiculous. Plus, anything affected by the slow is receiving double damage. So, I mean, it's just, without question, the update's MVP, in my opinion. Right, we've only gone up one level now in 14 waves, but of course, you know, the higher the waves we go, the more XP per wave we're going to be getting. I'm running Fused Sirens too. There's nothing wrong with running Fused Sirens, Shawnee. I mean, I'm not running Fused anything on this playthrough, but on my main account, I've got Fused Sirens. Without a doubt. Oops, forgot about the Ensnare. Let me go ahead and get that down. Mages you just want to use as the heals, you know? I mean, they are good single target DPS, but you just want to use them in a situation where you're going to need the heals. Like here, I don't really need the heals since I'm running around the map. It's your right click on PC, Atomic. Shit, forgot to switch heroes. This is going to end poorly. 1,500 health. No gear on. That is not going to end well. Yeah, you have to complete it to get the unlocks. Bazaar is messed up right now. No doubt that will be something on the list of things to get hot fixed. Once you complete, there's no endless saves either. So don't push to 100 unless you plan on doing it in one sitting. Actually, I don't even think the cosmetic is there yet, so there's just no reason to push to 100 anyway. What's going on here, Keko? Like I'm doing 1 damage. This starter monk polearm with no gear on. Ooh, I'm doing 3 damage against the ogre. Oh, it was a matter of time. Finally got slapped. Yeah, the update's been a blast. I mean, there's some issues with it for sure. And some bugs that need to be fixed and everything else. But it's been a ton of fun. I've been having a really good time. The gas trap down below is stopping these guys. So I may end up getting rid of that gas trap and moving it up top. I mean, I guess it gives the ogres free pot shots. But on the same note, there's one, you know, if they're right at the bottom of the stair, they're out of line of sight. Let's do that, because I don't want those guys bunching up right there. If they're going to bunch up, I would rather they bunch up over here. get on the right character this time. I'm going to switch those weapons around because this is triggering me to no end. Oops. There we go. I wonder if I should check loot. I've been getting a bunch of mythical drops. And I know I'll still get some upgrades. You been running the keep with bowling ball towers? Nice. Keep crashing on the keep in multiplayer. I think we're waiting for some hotfix, Gunner. Particularly if you're playing on console. There's a hotfix that should be out tomorrow or the next day. Hopefully tomorrow. That will resolve a lot of the issues. Ooh, my first blue rune. That one's POS. What's the unlock cost? Oop, didn't mean to loot it, but I did. Well, Royal Gardens has got that straight lane down below, and then the side lanes, which are both really kind of perfect for bowling balls. Blue is 750. Oof. Oof. We're going to have to see if the XP is going to pick up anymore here. I mean, it will. We're only on wave 17, but it just feels like it's real slow going here right now. I'll do a loot check after 20, I guess. Oh yeah, the gold becomes trivial later on. It's just super early game, you know, that it'll be a struggle to get the runes you want unlocked. But the gold really does become trivial early on. You guys are taking a lot of damage. Wonder if this siren shots is making it through there. Looks like it is. Oops. Did not mean to upgrade that all the way. Right, so we should be 75 after this wave. Look at the loot. Oh, man. He carried us with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Get wrecked. I think the difference here versus doing like a Wisp build like you would before is I feel like with this build I'm really benefiting by going out and DPSing, where with the Wisp build it's much more sit back and relax. Going good, going good. Just getting started here. Just getting warmed up. DPS EV is good. Dark Shadow. So is a Rogue. Rogues, the thing Rogues have is they're really fun. You know, having all that mobility and everything just definitely makes it very enjoyable to play. And got yeeted. Oh, they got me. Having to constantly roam lanes makes your brain tired after a while. It's the exact opposite for me. I think it may be just because I've AFK'd so many maps over the last decade. You know, from armor farming in DD1 to really the entirety of DD2. And then all of the armor farming and everything in DDA. There's been a whole lot of AFK and chill going on. You know? I mean, only 70,000 health. I could always add a little survivability here, probably. What does 16 points do to me? I'm at 70,000 health. 72,000. 16 points didn't go very far. There's a brooch. This and then the next wave, and then I'll do a loot check. I'm sure I probably got some pretty sizable upgrades. Like, we're taking some shots here now, too. Ogre's invulnerability starting to fall off a little. What armor set you use depends on what defense you're focusing on that character. Every set of armor fuses a specific defense. So it depends on what you're fusing. Like for buff beams, it would be primitive. For the PDS, it'd be minor, I believe. Same goes for every character. It depends on what defense slot you're trying to fuse. I might not be able to push this very far in Endless. I may end up having to do some resets. I mean, we don't have enough here. There's not enough power here to clear the ogres that are dropping in from the copters. I think that's an option. I don't think it's good because it's not targeted farming. You're just depending on random loot to drop. But it's certainly an option. The problem with it is you could realistically do 100 runs and not get the armor drop that you're looking for. Where if you go to the specific map where it drops, then it's guaranteed. So, I mean, it's certainly an option. But, I mean, do I think it's good to? I don't think it's good to, personally, no. I think it's an option to, though. Depending on how you're feeling, you know? I mean, RNG is cruel. We all know this. So, I mean, what happens if you're running it and you're just getting ancient gear over and over and over again? Well, every run that you do and get a bunch of ancient gear is just a wasted run, you know? And that's the real challenge with foundries and forges. Shoot, man. Just cannot live long enough to not hide from these delphs. I gotta at least hide from them in the beginning of the wave. Till a few of them get wrecked. You're in the 40s currently, so you blast through Insane Campaign and do the mines. Nightmare on Survival. Well, yeah, you'll have to be level 70 to unlock Nightmare. You're going to have to do the Nightmare campaign too, but the general rule is, or the general rule that I always recommend, is go to the highest tier you can, do the first 2 maps on campaign, then do Ancient Mines Survival, then clear the rest of the campaign, and then grind the XP to get up to the next tier wherever you want in Survival. You don't want to do campaigns over and over. Oops, god dang, man. I'm getting one-tapped by everything now. I hope these ogres live here. I think they're starting to take a lot more damage, too. We'll check the loot after this wave, though. Well, I mean, it just boils down to RNG. I mean, like I said, Forges is an option. Is it the best option? No, not even close. Because it's RNG dependent. And one thing you don't need in an RNG game is to give yourself more RNG. So by going to where the guaranteed drops are, then the only RNG you have is getting a good piece. If you do Forges, the RNG is not only getting a good piece, but also getting the correct piece. So, I mean, it's an option. Like I said, it's an option. But it's not what I suggest to people. It's not what I personally do, and definitely not what I suggest. Alright, let's check out the fat loots here. You know we got some mean shit going on up in here now. Oh, look at the Transcendent gear. A lot of it I can't even use yet. Level 78. I should be there relatively quick. Power and Fort. That's a fat ass item right there. Take that. What do we need? Gloves. Power, range, and rate. I mean, that's a huge upgrade. And then we're in all trans or mythical gear here, so I think we'll call that one good. Let's check on the old summoner. Oh, wow. Beast of a piece. Oh, crap, I forgot to look. I didn't mess up my set bonus, did I? Wrong character. No, I didn't. Okay. Alright, so here we need gloves and chest. Actually, we can look at boots, too. There's a chest. That one's 78. No real upgrades there. And then what else? We can look at Our guard stuff. That's some pretty thick upgrades. Even losing the fort as the passive, that's still so huge. Oh, at level 83. Boo. What do I need? Mainly head and chest. Take that head. Man, I hate giving up that range. We actually make the range back, though. I guess let's just go ahead and take it. And then here, we got some stats to throw in. And then what else did we have? Just gonna get rid of all the... You know what? I'm actually gonna turn... Do I want to turn Mythical off now? I think I want to turn Mythical off now. In the old loot filter. Who did I have in primitive? Let me see. Oh, the Warden, which I'm not using at all. Let's do that. And now let's turn Mythical off. And only loot Transcendent and higher. I got some squishy issues. I don't have a better giraffe, do I? Nah. I mean, that's not a terrible giraffe. It's just not enough. Alright, wave 21. Let's look and see where we're at here on this wave. Looks like we're, what? Like 40% through the wave if you look at the little bar. We can actually look here. 4.1. Alright, let's do it. Definitely must hide to start a waves here. What's going on there, Crimson Hexblade? Oof, what the hell is that? Copta. Oh no, is he gonna fall on top of my stuff here? Doesn't look like he did. These guys are taking some shots here, though. Going good. Just trying to get over the hump here to level 83. That way I can jump into Massacre mode. But been pretty smooth. The whole thing, we're about roughly 9 hours in now on this playthrough of actual game time. Going on there, Rubik's Cube? Going good for me, man. Just kind of chillaxing it out. Trying to, you know, like I said, we're getting over the hump here to get up to level 83. Now, as I mentioned previously, yeah, see, we didn't make very much progress here. So there's no way we're going to be able to just continue through on endless mode on this, I don't believe. Not with this build. Because it's just barely moving. That little dial is just barely ticking. I mean, once again, we're not at the maximum XP per wave yet either. That would be wave 25. Can't walk through your own units has bothered you since DD1? I can't disagree with you there. I will say I like being able to stand on them though, but I can't disagree with you there. I feel like you should be able to walk through your own units as well. Shoot, man, these copters are becoming the real deal. We might have to switch to Wisps. I think we've got a definite power fall off finally here. This build is just not doing what it was in previous difficulty. I think we could greatly benefit by adding a Wisp in here, though. Like, I can get rid of one Siren per lane and just put one Wisp in per lane. And just that alone, I think, would be worth. No one really plays pure strategy now because there's no reason, there's no reward or anything. Past doing the achievement, I still got to go through and do those. But there's just no reason to do the map. I really enjoy pure strategy personally, but I didn't play it much in DD1. I don't play it in DDA because, you know, no loot. No loot for the loss. Do I have enough to set a warden up? Don't believe I really do yet. I mean, I've got some items, but not a ton. I feel like adding a warden in the mix would be really huge now, though. Particularly on these copter lanes. Let me make sure everything is upgraded. Yeah, you can make all heroes DPS. Of course, there's going to be metas. But you can play every hero actively. Whatever you know, whatever flavor you like. Whatever flavor you like the most. What's going on there, Sir Spinny? How you doing? Getting a ton of drops. I think we might have to come back, and I think we might have to restart on wave 23. Well, you wouldn't want to throw pure strategy away. You'd want to add assaults onto the challenges. Pure strategy could be reworked and become useful. You know? It's just not currently. Don't blow me up! I think we could even keep Ogre Walls and just go full Wisps, and it would be better. Oh, nice flames. What's going on there, Mig? How you doing? Well, I mean, it's there now. It's just not every map. There's an assault map right now, though. We just need more assault maps. Nothing should be removed. Getting rid of pure strategy would not be a sound play, in my idea. What Phil had talked about previously in pure strategy would be pretty cool. Make the loot scale with the amount of DU used, so the lower your DU used, the better the loot would be. I mean, if that could scale all the way up to like Lycan King difficulty, that would be incredible, you know? Like do a pure strategy run at 50% DU or whatever, and end up getting quality loot. It would make you think. It would give the game a super strong tower defense aspect. I know it's not a very popular opinion, because I know you all love assault maps, but I could live with no assault maps. If I want to play an action game, I'm probably going to play Warframe. You know, I play Dungeon Defenders for the tower defense. Now, I know that's not, like I said, I know that's not a very popular opinion, but I mean, if you're going to want to play an action game, like Warframe is 1,000 times better, right? If you want a tower defense game, then Dungeon Defenders comes in, but I mean, that's just my own personal thoughts. I mean, people like action, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, I mean, I think adding more assault maps in would be a great choice for Chromatic, but, oh, yeah, man, the copters are getting a little overwhelming. I think I'm going to have to, after I clear this one, go back and do a Wave 23 start and vary the build a little. You can start it at any time, there, Flames, but the real power in Rifted mode comes from grinding grinding out sets of gear. So I personally don't recommend you start Rifted mode until you get into Massacre, or when you get to this stage in the game. Like, I'm at a stage in the game right now where the game is forcing me to grind, because I've got to get to level 83 before I can get to Massacre mode. So, like, now would be a good time to switch and start doing Rifted. What I personally normally do is get my very first survival clear in first on Ancient Mines to get a set of Massacre gear, and then I switch over and do Rifted. I wish Star Trek Online was better. I would love to play it. Just not, you know, the game feels like it's missing too much. Or the reviews and everything. I actually started to play it when it first launched, and I was playing with real life friends, and they just didn't like it and quit right away. So I ended up quitting too. I don't know what the next game I'll really get into is. It'll probably be Diablo 4, I would imagine. as far as another game that's upcoming that I'll really, really get into. Coral Island looks really good, but that one's still pretty early. Should be able to get a better giraffe here, too. See, it's still switching weapons on me. That is the weirdest thing. Even though I switched the spots. Certain parts poorly optimized. I didn't play it enough to really judge the game at all. Last Epoch will be really good for sure. When is the multiplayer supposed to release for that? I mean, Haunted Chocolatier, I think, is going to be an incredible game. If it's even half of what Stardew Valley is, it will be incredible. So, I mean, I'll definitely be playing Haunted Chocolatier as well. I don't think there's any news on that. I haven't seen anything lately, though. So I have no idea when that's going to be hitting the streets. If there's any sort of, like, paid early access or whatever, I'll definitely get into it. Yeah, I've been looking at Darktide as well. That, and I'm a big fan of the Warhammer universe. I actually got, for any of you all familiar with that universe, I've actually got the symbol of corn tattooed on my shoulder. I was really, really big into Warhammer growing up. Level 78 giraffe. We'll keep that. You been enjoying Darktide? What kind of game, or what game would you compare Darktide to if you were to compare it to something? Like, is it a looter shooter? You compare it to Vermintide 2? That's not a bad thing, really. That's definitely not a bad thing. Yeah, pets are strictly hero stats. Killing Floor. It's not like Killing Floor, though, is it? It's permanent progression, I thought. All right. Let me see how we're coming on. We actually are getting close to a full set here. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do one more wave. But let's turn this back on just to get a bunch of mythical, hopefully get a full set of primitive gear. Thank you so much for following. I do appreciate it. Let's do one more wave. Yeah, it really throws me off there when you throw the Killing Floor thing in. It's not like a roguelike, is it? Or like a fresh start every run or whatever? Like, there is permanent progression, right? Just like Vermintide? Oh, okay, okay. Copters, man. I think with some wisps, ogres and wisps, we'd probably shred things here. The only deal is the copters. If it wasn't for copters, I think the summoner would still just be just raffle stomping this this map. Any single target defense, like probably the best copter counter in the game is either DSTs. Well, I mean, sludge launchers counter everything in the game, but DSTs are great. Sludge launchers, wisps, beaming blossoms, harpoons do really well. There's a lot of options there. I mean, I could do DSTs. I've got that explosive rune. You know what? Let's just go until it becomes a real challenge here. Like, there's nothing that's really beat down bad on the map anywhere. So let's just keep letting it run for now. I mean, we'll have the convenience of the Wave 23 start now, at least. The loot works a little different compared to Vermintide, but the gameplay is the same under the hood. I've been looking at it because, like I said, I'm a big fan of just the Warhammer universe. I'm more a fan of the Warhammer Fantasy universe, I think. Chocolate and eggnog sounds delicious. Sounds like a stomach ache, though, for Spoonie. Well, it's not that it's the best. It's just the highest you could start without going past. Like, now I actually have Wave 26 unlocked. But I wouldn't want to miss out on the Wave 25 chest. Is why I would start at Wave 23. You can't start at Wave 24. Or Wave 25 for that matter. I did as well. I grew up role-playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. I played through all those campaigns, man. All the old Warhammer Fantasy campaigns. Played through all of those. I played Warhammer Online too and loved it. And then it just didn't survive. The game itself just didn't survive, sadly. Oh yeah, absolutely. We got together every Saturday. We played a bunch of games. We played Warhammer for a long time though. Yeah, we all started with Dungeons and Dragons, of course. There is private servers running, but you know, as a content creator, I have to think about what people would watch, you know? I just don't have, you know, I mean, I'm trying to make a living out of this, so I have to take other things into consideration besides just my own personal play. But we played, we played a bunch of D&D over the years. And then we played Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay for probably, I want to say at least 3 or 4 years. We played Paranoia, kind of a sci-fi, very humor-based game. Very dark, like a dark future. But I gotta say the most memorable was D&D and Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. I did paint some 40K figurines back in the day, but I never, you know, that's an expensive hobby there, especially back then. I mean, I'm sure it still is now, but you know, someone who got into Warhammer 40K in like the 80s or whatever, they had to have some cash. You know, definitely a super expensive hobby. See, we're still smashing. It's only the ogres. What would happen if we'd have to protect 100,000 crystals? It would be a RTS game. And you would just spam shit all over the map. That's what would happen. You were the closet nerd, jock at school, nerd at home. That's fair. That's fair. That's definitely the glaring problem with the rune system. Early game. It's just costs way too much to upgrade or to unlock. I'm at 900 million now, but I've only spent on one thing. I mean, do I even have a rune I would want to use right now? I don't think I have a single rune I would really want to use. I mean, especially up to the rare, the 3 of 8. I mean, I almost think it should still be free. You know, like the tier 1 is free. And I got a shitload of runes here now, huh? Yeah, I don't even know what I would want to unlock. The only thing that, off the top of my head, I can think of is Spider's Poison, but... How we doing on primitive set now? Alright, we got a bunch more primitive gear. It's a lot of level 78 stuff, sadly. Actually, I'm not that far. One more level. Let's try to get one more level out of the deal here before we do any kind of restart. That way I can use that 78 gear. Hey man, nothing wrong with that, Grim. Same thing with me, pretty much. I actually saw my son was playing Monster Hunter World, which he's like their Overwatch League or whatever. He's taking a break. They're taking a break at the moment. And he's been playing Monster Hunter. I have no idea what you're talking about, Zil. That was way too many thoughts all in one line there, dude. I mean, DDA is very different from DD1 right now. On the surface, it looks like it's a very similar game, but it's very, very different. You know what my problem was with Monster Hunter World? I can't stand that slanted running, where you're like slanted over at an angle. And I just could not stand that. It drove me nuts. I know friends that just love that game, that just really, really enjoy it. And still, every time there's an update or whatever, they're always right there grinding it out. But that whole... Yeah, I just can't stand that movement. It just drove me absolutely nuts. Yeah, it's definitely like an Asian art style type thing, for sure. And it doesn't, my other little pet peeve is it doesn't feel like you're attached to the ground. It feels like you're kind of floating a little. I mean, like I said, I've got friends that swear by the game and that just adore the game. And I'm sure if I could get past that stuff, I would love the game. But I have a really hard time getting past that. Alright, we're about a quarter of the way through 77 now. I mean, I guess I should just keep going, right? And not stop and remake it just because I want to use wisps. It seems like a bad reason to stop and remake the match. Dungeon Defender's Eternity was fun. Now, the thing that I personally have that so many people in the Dungeon Defenders community can't quite grasp is I have fully grasped that the games are all different products, you know? So many people, they can't play DD2 because it's not DD1. They can't play DDA because it's not DD2. And they don't recognize the game as its own product, where I've kind of had that mindset the whole time, where I completely recognize them all as their own thing. But the problem with DDE was it was a straight up cash grab that didn't deliver on what it was intended to be. Calling that the definitive Dungeon Defenders experience was just bad, dishonest marketing. I mean, there's just nothing else to it, right? But on the same note, I played it and I had fun. Now, I didn't play it as much as DD1, I didn't play it as much as DD2, and I didn't play it as much as DDA. But I did enjoy it, what I did play. I played I want to say 750 hours. And I mean, I had fun playing it. I actually still remember because remember it was cross-platform from, or I guess it wasn't really cross-platform because that was like a streamed thing, because I was playing it on an NVIDIA Shield tablet, and that's just using another Steam account. But I used to play one account on my tablet, and then I play another account on the PC, and I'd kind of dual box it between a tablet and my PC. And that's how I would grind for loot. I mean, like I said, I enjoyed it. I tell you what I did like. I love those machine gun archers, man. Some of the issues were huge with scaling. Like RSIs. Yeah, so it's a login reward, Kizamar. It was a login reward for Halloween. Like your RSIs would get just obscenely large, and then your like archers, you could get the attack speed on the archers just going crazy, crazy, crazy. What's going on there, Science by Stu? How you doing, man? All right, it looks like we didn't get quite a quarter of a level. It looks like it's about 5 waves per level right now, which means I would have to go 40 more waves to get to level 83-ish. I'm wondering, is there a big chunk of XP at wave 25 for completion? That may be the thing. There might be a big chunk of XP at wave 25 for completion. So it may just be better to do the wave 23 starts. God dang, man. Yeah, I just can't survive these copters anymore. At all. See, the wisps would be burning those out, is why I wanted to switch over to wisps. Survival is endless mode now, John. You just hit continue instead of, like, after you get the wave 25 victory screen, if you hit continue instead of go to tavern, it just goes endless. It's endless scaling too, so it gets harder and harder and harder. Eventually you'll get to a point where you'll just get straight raffle stomped. Need a professional organizer? Well, I mean, that's the rough part of working for yourself, is keeping everything organized, you know? Like, you get the passion for whatever it is, whatever your product is, but then you've got that organizational side that is not related to your passion whatsoever, you know? Well, I mean, all farming and DDA is all targeted farming. So the thing to do for would be to get Ancient Dragon bonus wave gear, and you can do that on any map. Just got to beat the summit, and then that will unlock Ancient Dragon bonus waves. And then Ancient Dragon bonus waves will give you gear that will allow you to smash through to keep. Never upgraded that one. Kind of the natural progression of the game. You can skip some of that if you use meta builds, and not do the Ancient Dragon bonus difficulties. DD2 is a fun game. It's just, it's very, very different than all the other Dungeon Defenders games. Well, once you beat the map, you would select it just like you would any other bonus difficulty. You load into the map, and down below you select, there's just a box that you scroll through. There's Demon Lord bonus waves, Goblin Mech bonus waves, and Ancient Dragon bonus waves, and Lichen King bonus waves. Or bonus difficulty. You can screenshot this image right here. There, Blitzkrieg. That will give you a picture where everything drops. But you want to do those maps ideally on the highest bonus difficulty you can do to get all of the loots. That's the videos that do the best on YouTube there, Stu. Any And like the keywords, the best keywords on YouTube are videos that start with the words "how to." So, I mean, if you did, you know, how to make professional quality signage or something like that, or how, you know, just whatever process it is, how to silk screen or how to, you know, obviously I don't know the process, but start your video off with "how to," man. That is the way. Yeah, well, I mean, YouTube's go-to, man. When we bought this house here, I had never had a pellet stove in my life, and the pellet stove we had no documentation. I learned everything about the pellet stove off of YouTube, and I can completely rebuild that thing now. In fact, I did this past summer. Completely tore the whole thing down, replaced all the switches, replaced the fans, the exhaust fans, and everything. And I had zero clue what the hell I was doing. Learned it all off of YouTube. So, I mean, there's a lot of real life value right there, you know. Don't know how to do something on your car or fixing anything. There's tons of things to learn off the YouTubes, no doubt. Level 80, nice. Nice. They're viral, very nice. Copters, man. They're getting me in a spot where I'm just afraid they're gonna crash right here. It looks like these guys are getting pushed now too. I mean, I guess I haven't come over and repaired them in a while. That might be a few waves worth of damage. Oof. The Delphage was not complete yet. Don't hit me. Now we're holding up over here. It's like we're holding up everywhere right now for the moment. $78. So we got another tier of gear unlocked. Should I bother with that? I mean, that piece is clearly an upgrade, right? I lose a little bit of power, but gain massive range and rate. Look at that piece. Holy shit, man. Huge. Huge. There's another upgrade. I mean, just upgrades, upgrades, upgrades all the way around. How are we doing on accessories, I wonder? I've actually got some pretty decent starter accessories here. $2,000 power. Oh, damn. Finally busted 2K. I mean, that's a hot item. I think I can get rid of the... Yeah, let me take this back off now again. Get rid of mythical there. $2K power on my buff beams now too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The only thing we're really lacking right now is copter protection. I mean, clearly that's something we're going to have to deal with. Particularly before Massacre. Keep letting it fly here. I am going to run and brew up another coffee and stop by the bathroom. So give me just a couple of minutes, y'all. I'm just going to let this run here. And I will... All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Needed to get caffeinated here. Looks like I died. Thanks for subscribing there, Soul Ripper. I do appreciate it a ton. A pity system for godly runes? I don't think anyone would complain about that, Twisted Fire. Where are we at? We're, what, a quarter, not even a quarter of the way through 78 now? I mean, we got a ways to go. These copters just own me right now. The defibrillator. Adjust your loot filter on a map, Goated. You've got something checked wrong somewhere. The best thing to do is to go into a map and add one loot filter in at a time, and then look at your tac map. When you look at your tac map, like you can see by the tac map here, I'm picking up trans gear, so only transcendent gear is showing up, and then I'm picking up green or higher quality runes. Walk up 6 flights of stairs every hour for 20 minutes. Holy crap, Twisted Fire! You probably got legs like a Olympic speed skater. Damn, dude. I had the brother of a friend of mine that was going for an Olympic speed skating team way back in the day. It's like it was 98. I remember that just because he had bumper stickers made for a car that said Nate the Skate in 98. So I'll always remember it. But he had the most ridiculously sized legs, and his upper body was tiny. It was the strangest thing. Nate the Skate in 98. His name was Nate De Palma. I don't think he ever made the cut to make it into the Olympics. But I didn't follow it. I had moved and wasn't really talking to the guy anymore. So I'm not sure what happened to him. Hopefully he made it. I know at one point he held the world land speed record. Very few Japanese players and little information. Well, nice. Well, I appreciate you watching. Hopefully it helps out. Hopefully more Japanese players start playing. That way you've got some people that are close to you to play with. Yeah, I got mixed emotions on this. I just don't know if this is the fastest way. I feel like the levels are ticking up really slow. where it was taking like 8 wave 20 starts, and that's what? That's 6 waves? So that's 48 total waves? I mean, I guess it could still end up taking 48 plus 25. I mean, that's what, wave 73? If I went to wave 73, I think I would be 83. So I think it's probably... I just don't know if it's time, as far as time-wise, because the waves are slowing down more and more and more, you know? Weird, and that copter died way over there. I guess I just got lucky. RNG did me good on that one, maybe. Fusion low bombers are really good there, Warrior. Oof, and this guy's coming now. Better check repairs over here, huh? Probably gonna get owned, watch. Getting a big delay at the end of the waves now. Yeah, these copters are just getting... The copters themselves are just getting pretty tanky. There's good old Waxaflapple. Turn my heat on. Starting to get a little cold. Too hot, too cold, too hot, too cold. It's actually slightly above freezing outside today, so a bunch of the ice is melting off a little. And we're supposed to have snow rolling back in, I think, like on Tuesday for a few days. At 80, you're getting 20% of a level. It's about, yeah, it sounds about right. It's like every 5 waves per level. If the levels were just running a little bit quicker, you know? But of course, the further we go in endless mode here, the XP amount doesn't go up, only the map difficulty. That was confirmed by Phil, too. No, running maps with 4 people drops more loot because there's more enemies, but it's not better loot. But what that means is it's more chances to get good loot, since it's more loot. But there's no loot multiplier at all for number of players. See, and this guy is just not taking much damage at all. Well, it's significantly more XP if you're leveling. But there's a direct XP modifier, you know. I'm just trying to run and hide, game. Let me jump, for God's sakes. Yeah, I don't know. Mixed emotions here, y'all. I know we're not getting more XP past 25. I was thinking that not having to rebuild was going to save me massive amounts of time. But I don't feel like it's massive amounts of time saving going on here. Because the maps run really quick. Even like doing wave 23 starts or whatever, the map is going to run pretty quick. Well, thanks for watching there, Hakuna. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if you're doing public matches, it's going to go quicker just from the additional people. You should be getting more than a level every 5 waves, though. And I mean, they may have changed that too, that XP modifier. I'm not sure. I'd have to do some comparison runs. Let's look here, because I'm just a tick over 79 right now. So let's look and see what it takes me to for completing this wave here. Well, I mean, just the longer, you know, the farther you go, because the mobs keep scaling up. It's taking more and more to kill the enemies. Like, I'm 2 hours into this run, starting from wave 1 to get to wave 40. But the wave run time is definitely slowing. There's not really much that needs a power up currently, Hakuna. When you look at the runes editions as well, there's so many things that are really, really powerful now. You know, like there's more things that probably need a nerf than things that need a power up, to be honest. But that's with the addition of runes. You know, the rune system is just incredibly strong. Alright, so yeah, I got about 20%, so maybe the modifier for playing in a group was toned down. It looks like that's about, if you look at the XP bar up top, that's about 20%. Maybe it's not quite 20%. I don't know. I'd have to look at the actual numbers. That's where that sniper cannon comes into play. Like, the sniper cannon will hit flyers. But, I mean, the bowling ball tower is just, it's not a flyer defense, you know? It was the same way in DD1. Couldn't use it on flyer lanes. Halfway done with work. Nice there, Zach. Well, congrats for hitting the halfway mark. Hopefully the second half goes by quick. See, how much XP do these guys, or how much... Alright, they're at 11 million health. Yeah, they were, the ogres were at like 5 million health at wave 25. So their health is more than doubled. That would be cool. That would be cool. If you could hit flyers with the bubbles. The Delphage. Oh, the Delphage. I'm almost thinking we should restart, y'all. Make these waves go a little quicker. Having problems getting onto the new maps. Have to delete and re-download when I... There's bugs right now, particularly on consoles, Zach. There's a hot fix that should be rolling out in the next day or two. Yeah, I just feel like that the time to complete here is just slowed way down. The Warden is S tier, the EV is S tier, the Apprentice is S tier. There's a whole lot of S tier now, is the thing, you know? Harpoons are S tier. If they're not S tier, they're a super high A tier. But harpoons can wreck. DSTs and lightning towers wreck. The Warden stuff wrecks. The PDS wrecks. There's definitely way more good than there is bad now, as far as metas go. Like many times over. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I restart the map, or do I keep running? Fisk says to restart. If I restart the map, I think I'm going to go ogres, wisps, and spiders. Oh, I agree there, Hakuna. It feels like the waves are really slowing down is the thing. Ensnare and gas traps would be the correct answer there, Flames. They're both super strong. On most Not every map, but on most maps in Massacre, Lycan King bonus waves, I'm using both. In snares and gas. Figure one's a slow, one's a stun. One doesn't affect ogres. One does affect ogres. One doesn't affect Sharkin. One does affect Sharkin. So your best bet would definitely be both. Well, thanks there, Zach. I appreciate it. I just got some hours in, is all. I have been playing the poo-poo out of pretty much every Dungeon Defenders game for the last decade. And that's the other thing, too. Do I start at Wave 23, or do I restart at Wave 26? If I restart at Wave 26, I'm instantly into the highest XP bracket. Nullifies attunements isn't really as much of an issue as it used to be, Hakuna. But nullifying attunements mean if something comes out, like you see those little lightning bolts over top of those enemies that were right there, that means those guys have resistance to lightning damage or electric damage, like those lightning bolts. It removes that. Let's go one more wave. Actually, I might as well go to 45 now and get an additional victory chest, huh? A fused little bomber is pretty widely considered the best. It's not the most damage, but it's the most useful because it's a ranged pet with multiple projectiles. Those come from Rifted, Royal Gardens, or Arcane Library. You'd want to do it on... If you have it unlocked, you'd want to do it on the highest bonus difficulty waves you can. The little wizard is good, but it's definitely not it's A tier. It wouldn't. The little bomber is S tier. The little wizard is A tier. All right, Zach. Well, enjoy. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully the rest of the workday goes by quick. Do this wave 2 to get one more victory chest, and then we'll I just want to I'll look at my warden real quick and see if I've got a full set of gear. I'm pretty sure I probably do. It should be level 80 after this one too. Definitely getting some pretty serious damage fall off now, though. Godly Gear is in Massacre. Like Massacre, Survival Massacre, like wave 20 and up, is be pretty much all Godly Gear on the ground. There'll be a few stray other pieces, but it'll mainly be Godly Gear. But remember, too, it's not about the loot quality. It's about the rolls. Like a high-end Transcendent piece with the correct rolls will beat a low-end Godly piece. You know? Level 83 Giraffe. Oh shit, is my inventory full? Oh shit, my inventory's full. Alright, yeah, okay, so time to restart, right? I wonder how many waves I haven't been collecting loot for. Let's see what we can do here. Fort and rate. We'll just equip it for now. There's range and power. Power and fort. Power and rate. That's ideal. There's, well, that one's erupting. Well, I mean, we got a full set of gear. That's 1900 plus accessories. Need a good brooch. All we got is fort brooches, it looks like. Guess that's what we got to use. What does that put me to? 1964. 1400 rate though. All right, let's trash all this stuff. Free up a few inventory slots and we'll go out, do a quick gear check. And then we'll restart the map again. That should be enough to loot everything that's there. All right. If you hold down S and then click. So S plus click. Oh, you know what? Our runes are taking up a ton of space. I'm not going to use these runes, so I'm just going to sell them all off. Actually. That was 193 inventory spots. Holy crapola. All right. Let me take just one more quick peek here. Power and fort. Would lose a little bit. Actually, let me just leave that at rate. Range and fort. I really need a better chest, I think. That one's got 240 power on it, but that fire damage is not really going to help me out. There we go. Power and rate. I lose a little bit, but I gain so much up top. I'll lose a little bit of rate, but I'll gain a ton of power. Right. Let's see. What else we got? This guy is militia. I mean, am I going to see any big upgrades there? I don't think I'm going to. So I'm just going to sell this stuff off. I'm wondering, too, do I want to switch these over to fort? I mean, I'm going to do spiders, too, is the thing. Fort and rate. Fort and rate. Getting much good pieces here. How much percent damage in range? I get a little bit of power back. I'm wondering, is 5% defense damage there going to be as good as like 220 power? Let's keep the piece we got. Range and rate. Nah, we'll pass there. 20 more points to put in. Then we got the Monkaliciousness. The monk needs a complete overhaul. Range and power. Yes, please. Power range, yes please. So we need gloves and boots. There's a fort and power. We can equip that for now. What else do we need? We need gloves still. I mean, that's an upgrade, but is that what I want? Here's range and rate. Let's take that. Oh, that one's 83. Dang it. Range and fort. Fort power rate. I mean, I lose range down below is the problem there. Fort range and rate. I think there's our piece. Almost a 2K range. Huntress. We still need all the pieces here too, huh? There's rate and fort. Might as well take it. I'd love to get some range in here too. Power and rate. I mean, that's just a great piece, but... Jalal! It's all based off of what defenses you're wanting to fuse. There, Tiso. So, first defense is Ancient, second defense is Guard, third is Militia, fourth is Minor, and fifth is Primitive. So, like, if you wanted to do a Spider Summoner, you would want a Guard set on that Summoner. Infusion gear, of course. It's a thick piece. I think that gets us pretty much. I mean, that's good enough. Let's just scrap all this stuff. And then that's it, because 6 was the Apprentice, which I'm not using at all. All right, let's do it. I think the thing to do, though, is to not go wave 23 start. I'm feeling like wave 26 is better, because then I don't have those 2 waves when I'm not at the loot cap, or at the XP cap. Where wave 26, I start right in at the XP cap. So let's do that. We're going to do it a little different this time. Let's see. I think we still do this. I think we can go back to 3 ogres here now. Or we don't really need 3 ogres here, though, is the thing. Alright, let's go in and snare Aura on every lane. And snare Auras are getting a little thicker for sure. Yeah, they're overlapping here. That's a nice change. Alright, so I got ensnares everywhere. I do. And then we'll get a little Wispalicious. Let's see. Oop, that's not a warden at all. So let's put this, stay there. Have enough for 5? I don't think we're going to have enough for 5. I'm going to put 5 down, and I can always sell one if I need to. See, we need to get upgrades on those wisps, of course, to get a little more range. What do we do over here? We can put them... like right here, maybe? Oh yeah, I'm not going to have anywhere near enough. So let's go 4 there. We'll buff beam it. Let's drop one of these over here. What kind of criminal build is this? And then 18 left. Guess we'll go 3. And then that gives us 2 reflects. And I think right here is just the place to use them. Can we go right here? I think they're gonna get popped from the ogres over here. Yeah, they'll just throw right at them. I think that will work. Alright, so we need upgrades on the wisps to increase the range. Let's go 3 upgrades on each wisp. And then say 2 upgrades on the buff beam. Then we'll see how much we got left. Remote desktop to continue pressing G. I have not, but I have a Logitech. I use a Logitech G910 keyboard, and with that I can just add a mouse macro or a macro in to hit G. So like if I'm running a map and I get up to go to the bathroom or eat dinner or whatever, I'll usually just do that and have the auto G going. All right, this actually... There we go. Let's just do that. Let me see the wisp range now with those upgrades in. Oh, yeah. So we're covering over to the edge. So copters should be getting hit over there. Let's check it out and see how it runs in comparison. I mean, the wave should run way quicker. In theory. Copters just dying. Everything, or not everything, but most of the things died right in the spawn right there. So yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape now. And we can push all the way to 83 with what we got here, without a doubt. How do you know what the best rolls are for gear? You look at the stats you need. Like every gear on a damaging defense, you want to have, I mean, ideally you have all 4 stats on it, but at a minimum you want power, range, and rate. And then for passives, you want percent damage, power, or rate, with percent damage and power being the best two. Thanks for following there, Cresser. Welcome, welcome. And we should just be able to spam waves out now here. So this should put us at 83. What, like before wave 40, I want to say. We should be at 83 before wave 40, for sure. And then the other benefit of starting at wave 26 is you see how much mana I just got. If you start prior to wave, like if you start at wave 23, the amount of mana you get per wave is going to scale up directly from the wave 23 amount. If you start at wave 26, it's scaling up from a higher figure, so you get a ton of mana at the end of each wave, making getting yourself up to max upgrades really quite trivial. You do want Fortify on your EV, but mainly if you're using walls, and there is a cap. Now you can go past the cap, of course, but you'll get the maximum benefit out of armor on your defenses at 3,906 Fortify. So Tier 5 buff beam with 3,906 Fortify gets you to the armor cap. Now, of course, if you go over that, then you get to the armor cap sooner without upgrading it all the way. If you're not using walls, then of course it doesn't really matter, you know? It's definitely for wall builds, you know? I think this is going to be quite trivial now, getting up to having a better rounded build. I actually didn't even put any spiders in. Adding, that's the one thing that would have made this build better, is adding in spiders. We definitely getting it here, though. We all getting it. This is Nightmare here. I'm trying to break into Massacre. You got to be level 83 to unlock Massacre mode. So that is the immediate goal here right now, is just to get to level 83. I think we're just going to spam out the waves. Thanks so much for following there, Senpai. Appreciate it. Once I'm 83, I'll jump right to Massacre mode. This playthrough, I'm not gonna... it'll be done, basically, after today's stream. And I will scrap this whole account. But... I'd like to do a fresh start, kind of every major update. And there's some glaring issues with this one, this time around. There's no doubt. The summoner is way too powerful too early in game. So I think, my feedback I would give Phil is, I just feel like players are going to get a bad first impression of the game if they just started, because it's just too easy. I mean, you pretty much just can't lose if you slap a bunch of ogres down, you know? As far as, like, early game progression. The earlier the game you are, the stronger they are, you know? You should look at your build, I think, Abdul. Assuming you've gone through the regular progression path, meaning you're in Ancient Dragon bonus wave gear. If you're in Ancient Dragon bonus wave gear, you should be able to beat the keep, but you're going to want to adjust your build. But don't feel bad about failing a few times at wave 15 or whatever. Like, I don't know anyone that just went into the keep and steamrolled it. It's legit the hardest map in the game, you know? Anyone that went in and steamrolled it right out of the gates got carried. They weren't the one doing the steamrolling. You know what I'm saying? It's a big curve. I mean, the difficulty curve on the keep scales up really fast, you know? Well, I mean, if you get carried, then you're not going to know what to do, and you will have beaten the keep. So that's the bad part about getting carried. I mean, if you want to get carried, then get somebody to carry you, but the bad part about getting carried is you never learn. So then you just have the keep beaten, but you never learned how to do it on your own. So you can't do it without being carried, you know? It's not about the gear. It's about the build. In the current state of the game, I would suggest probably strength drain auras with some walls and then some buff beams on the walls. Obviously, you're going to have all fused stuff, so you will have to have gone through and gotten rift mode. And then pretty much after you get walls and strength drain auras and buff beams down on every core, just use whatever defense you like and fill in with damage. You know, ensnare auras will slow enemies' attack speeds. Strength drain auras, there's about 1,000 of them on YouTube right now, Abdul. Yeah, there's hundreds of videos on different builds on my YouTube channel, Tisa. There's actually a playlist called Builds That Work. DDA builds that work. That's just tons and tons and tons and tons of different builds. But you should be at about 8,000 power on all your defenses. All your defenses that do damage, you're going to want to be at about 8,000 power. If you're not at 8,000 power and you're trying to keep Massacre, you're probably skipping content. Would be my suggestion. Like 8,000 power with sludge launchers, beaming blossoms is going to wreck the keep. You know, 8,000 fort on some walls with strength drain auras and snare auras, and then any other damaging defense with 8,000 power is going to wreck the keep. I mean, I don't have any like new player first win entry level builds. I guess the PlayStation one. If you look at my PlayStation first keep win video, that's legitimate. My very first keep win. In the not even the current state of the game, but it's the most recent one. But it's definitely going to be, you're going to want some fusion defenses in there. The problem with like the first time builds for the most part is I usually do them all on live stream. So there's not like a tutorial walkthrough or video or whatever. It's like a chunk of a live stream VOD. But as far as builds in general, there's a bazillion builds. There's a bazillion builds on YouTube from all kinds of people besides me. You know? And then remember too, if you click this build suggestions button, it's going to open up a browser that shows a bunch of player or community submitted builds. Still trying to understand DDA? It's very similar. As far as the base progression, it's pretty much just like DD1. DD1 is more difficult. Yeah, the benefit would be there's no enemy that has resistance to fusion damage. But the other side to that is, in the current state of the game, once you start doing rifted mode, there's just no reason to do non-rifted mode. Like, it's not, is there a reason to use the towers there? The question is there a reason to do the game mode at all? And there's not. Once you go rifted, stay rifted. Don't ever bother going back. There's just no benefit to it. It's a problem with the game design. Non-rifted mode becomes completely outdated once you pass it. All right, I think everything's full upped. We're making a little progress now. We're level 81 already. I didn't even realize I had dinged up. So yeah, I think that's a safe bet. I think wave 40-ish. Right around wave 40, we're going to be hitting 83. Another thing, too, when you're just progressing through is you want to pay, even though the elemental resistances are not what they used to be, you do want to pay attention to them. And every mob that spawn has a chance to have an elemental resistance. Let's see if we can get some examples here. Well, these kobolds are not good examples. There's one. You see that little fire emblem above the head on the bar there? That means that enemy has resistance to fire damage. Now, in the base game mode... Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Gonna have to wait here for the respawn. In the base game mode, there's no enemies that are resistant to physical damage prior to getting to Massacre mode. So, sticking with or using physical defenses that do physical damage are going to be of great benefit to you. And like the wisps are physical damage. That's why one of the reasons I went with the wisps here. Kind of sucks I can't move. I'm stuck on something here. But I mean, I'll respawn in a minute, so no big deal. How you can see what the elements are is if you inspect one of your, or if you look at one of your defenses, it'll have a little icon next to it. Like, for example, this Ensnare aura, you see that little green skull? That indicates poison damage. So the Ensnare aura is poison. You know, you see the fire damage ticking off from me shooting. It's because I'm using a fire weapon. Sirens are really good. Their damage definitely started to fall off a little bit. Like the Siren build I was using prior is just nowhere near as strong as this Wisp build is. And then, of course, once you get sets of gear in Massacre mode, the Siren damage goes back up. Is really good again. In fact, maybe I'll keep this map around for a little bit. Or keep this account around for a little bit. I'm not sure or not. I may just trash it. Because I've got another save file on this account that's already in Massacre. I'm not sure if I'm going to go back to that right away or keep this one around. I could keep this one around and then do some first time rifted builds, like your first time doing rift mode. Well, after Massacre, you start working on bonus difficulties. So first you clear regular Massacre, then you get a Massacre win on, like the Summit would unlock Ancient Dragon bonus difficulty, and then Massacre win on the Keep will unlock Lycan King bonus difficulty, and that's the current end game. That's where the grind is. When it comes to like min-maxing gear and putting together perfect sets and all that stuff, you do that at Lycan King bonus difficulty. So like if you look at the hours spent to get to Lycan King difficulty versus being in Lycan King difficulty and farming, you're gonna have like 10 times more hours played in Lycan King difficulty than you will prior to that. So like getting there, assuming you want to min-max your account and get your characters all jacked up, just getting to Massacre Lycan King bonus difficulty is about 10% of the gameplay, I figure. And then the other 90% begins there. And that is when the grind is on. I think this build is probably AFK right now and just run around and upgrade or run around and repair every couple of waves. Pretty sure we could just clear this one now, though. So what, we won't be 82 after this wave, but we'll be close to 82, I think. I think that was a good guess. I still think wave 40 is going to be where we're going to hit 83. Maybe, maybe 39, but I doubt it. Probably 40. Completing wave 40, that is. Barn Kicks says to hydrate. I'll hydrate, man. But just fair warning, it's going to be with coffee. I'm hydrating with the caffeine. Gots to have it, you know? Gots to have it. And remember, too, things like not taking damage in a wave is also an XP bonus. So, like, running around the map but getting hit, that lowers the amount of XP you get every wave. Now, it's only a very small amount, but, I mean, you're grinding XP, right? So you want to get the most out of it you can. We should be there at a relatively good time here. Favorite thing about the update has to be harpoons on the throne room. Oh, yeah. Harpoons in general there, Matthew. Harpooning anywhere is a good time, man. Gotta get them poons slinging, you know? Just got yourself an 8 of 8. Nice, nice. Got a juice. Oof. That almost got me. Trying to not take damage here. But it's hard to not take damage if you're going to run around, you know? There we go, 82. We're getting there. We are getting there. Survival is endless mode, Darian. You can go as high as you want. Instead of after you complete wave 25, instead of hitting go to tavern, hit continue. And it's true endless mode. So unlimited scaling keeps going up higher and higher and higher as far as the enemy difficulty. Need to get the Torchlight 2 grind over with. What the heck are you doing in Torchlight 2, Fisk? Did they get some new achievements or something? I haven't tried to push any waves yet, but the highest I've gone to is like, I want to say like 600 on Ancient Mines. But the issue is right now there's no leaderboard. So there's no real motivation to do that. And it's not, you know, the best loot in the game comes from mixed mode. So you wouldn't really play survival for loot. You would play survival for a challenge and to place on a leaderboard, but there's no leaderboard. So I've never really pushed it. The benefit, or the upside, is you get to save. You get to save every 5 waves. So, like, it saves every 1 and 6. So if you get to, like, wave 601, you'll always be able to start on wave 601. You get to wave 606, you'll always be able to start on 606, etc. Hell out of here so I'm not getting beat up. Oh no. Looks like you didn't get me. Never got all the achievements. Torchlight Infinite ended up becoming being a little difficult, huh? Or a little irritating. I don't know what it is with ARPG going free to play, man. They've just all put together the worst monetization models ever. Diablo Immortal. I mean, what the hell were they thinking? They were thinking dollars is what they were thinking. Torchlight 3. Torchlight 3 was like... An okay first-time playthrough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they definitely made crazy cash. People were going insane on that game with the spending. Just ridiculous. You watched 8 seasons of Suits and still not halfway done with the Torchlight 3 money achievement? Damn. Oh, man. Torchlight 3 would have been great if it wasn't called Torchlight. I mean, I enjoy... Now, I wasn't going for achievements like Fisk is. He's a Xbox gamer score junkie. I was just playing. But, like, as far as, like, a one-time or first-time playthrough, I mean, I enjoyed it. But it wasn't something that just was going to give me long-term play value. You earn pennies and you need a mill. Oof. All the hate came from Torchlight 1 and 2 fans? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, maybe I'm biased, but Torchlight 2 is so much better of a game, in my opinion. Imagine all the hate coming from true fans of the franchise. Oh, yeah. Should just be 2 more waves. 2 more waves, and it is... And we have arrived. Oh shit, I never upgraded this all the way. Oops. I got just a little bit of mana laying around, though. Oh, I lost my ensnare over here, too. And that one's on a buff beam now. I'm going to have to go with a gas trap here. Not going to be able to get the ensnare in with that one up top being on a buff beam. %, of the 1 million kills. Oof. I don't know, man. I'm hopeful for Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. People seem to have pretty mixed emotions on the latest reveals in Diablo 4 as well. Yeah, but it's not going to be anywhere near Diablo Immortal. Me. I mean, right when Diablo Immortal launched, the Diablo 4 team were all over Twitter saying, Hey, y'all, this is not how Diablo 4 is going to be. Just saying. You know? Diablo 4 will be for mobile too? I didn't realize it was going to be a mobile. I mean, that doesn't really bother me. As long as it on PC and consoles, it has PC and console quality graphics. Alright, so this wave and then one more and we're there. Oh, they've been working on Diablo 4 for a long time, Dado. I mean, Diablo 4 had already been teased and was expected to be announced, like full-on announcement, when they did that Diablo Immortal announcement. Well, Blizzard doesn't show much, though, is the thing. But at that BlizzCon, when Diablo Immortal got announced, everyone was expecting Diablo 4 to get announced. I mean, it was already well known that it was being worked on prior to that point. I don't know, maybe it's false optimism, but I think it's going to be... I hope it's going to be good, you know? But I'm also a big fan of everything up to Diablo 3. You know, Diablo Immortal obviously has got some serious morality issues. It actually would have been good, too, if they just wouldn't have done that with the monetization. As far as mobile games go, it's probably one of the best mobile games I've ever played. Yeah, my biggest tips for starting fresh on DDA is get your loot filter set. It is completely life-changing. I did videos on it on my YouTube channel. Always keep 6 heroes in your deck, because XP is not shared. It's earned in additive fashion depending on how many heroes are in the deck. So if you do a map that has, say, 10,000 experience and you got 1 hero in the deck, you're going to get 10,000 experience. If you do a map that has that same map that's 10,000 experience but you have 6 heroes in your deck, well, each one is getting 10,000, so you're going to end up getting 60,000 experience out of it. So, always keep a full deck. Make sure to set your loot filter. That's probably the biggest 2 tips I could give you. Summoner is broken OP right now. So if you want to blast through and play broken OP stuff, just to make one of your 6 heroes a summoner. Slap a bunch of ogres down and go ham. I think that will be adjusted, because it's so imbalanced early game now that I just can't see them not making an adjustment to it. They were just starting to fall off. The copters were becoming irritating. Like, I still wish I would have put spiders in. But, yeah, I don't even remember what wave I was in. I think I was probably around wave 40, and the damage was just starting to fall off. You know what? We're going to have to do one more wave. We're not going to get enough. Oh, so close. That's all right. One more wave. One more wave, and we're there. No, it's not confirmed. It's just guessed. There's Sasquatch. I mean, I don't see why there wouldn't be, but it's not confirmed. There's godly pets, Dado, but I mean, a godly piece from Nightmare Mode is going to be a complete piece of junk. So even if you, being its rarity, like being godly or whatever, is based off of its item power. So a godly piece is going to be, like an entry-level godly piece is going to be worse than a high-end transcendent piece. So yeah, the only godlies you're going to get is pets. The giraffes will end up rolling godly. But they're junk. You know, they're like low-tier, low-tier stuff. Like this guy right here. That's going to be godly. But I mean, that thing is like a complete hunk of crap compared to a real godly giraffe, you know? How much lower can you go on stats when switching? Substantially. Because remember, fusion damage is double damage. I don't remember the exact numbers from when Rifted mode first came out, but I ended up dropping way, way, way down. Like, I want to say I lost maybe 30% or 40% of my overall stats to go to my starter fusion gear. But I mean, double damage goes a long way. And there we go, level 83. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Internet shut off. Oof, that stinks, there, Granjo. All right, let's do a quick look through the loot. In fact, I'm just gonna. Oh, look, my inventory's full again. Huh. I wonder if it's these runes that are filling it. Or no, I win a bunch of survival waves. All right, let's see here. Woo, nice. That's level 90. That one's inspired. Range and fort, but man, big ups on everything else. Range and fort there. That one's debatable. I mean, I'm not using any anything that requires, or never mind, I'm on my EV. Dang it. I want power and rate on everything on the EV. Let me see. There's range and rate. I was thinking I was on my monk for some reason. Power, range and fort. There's power and rate. Slight upgrade, not huge, but something. Range and rate, range and power. That one's not quite as good. That one's a little low too, a little low roll. I think I'm going to take it just for the additional power. Or the additional rate. That's a slight increase. Even with no fort, that's fine. The boots. I need better boots for sure. Looks like I'm not going to get any. Yeah, I don't think it matters huge. But of course I want to try to get the best I can. Let's see. The summoner was what? Militia. Range and percent damage. That seems like it would be an up. Power and rate. That's a clear upgrade. What are we missing? We've got a pretty decent set all the way across the board. You know, I got any just clearly bad pieces here? Power and rate, that's... Even though it's slightly lower, it's an overall gain. Rate and percent damage, that's a nice upgrade. What do we got? Boots. Boots and chest. Fort power and rate. If it had range too, I'd probably take it, but no dice. We'll just go with it. All right, so let's lock a few of these. And then let's just do this little number here. See ya, inventory. All right, then now it is on to Massacre mode. Let me get these 80 points in here real quick. If you hold down S and then click there, keys and more. Yep. Yeah. Well, currently I'm not using my monk for anything but ensnares. So all I really care about is range and a little bit of fort. But let's do it. Massacre, here we come. I'm going to turn hardcore off. First Massacre map incoming, y'all. Let's see, how are we going to do this? Yeah, fort scales up the number of charges that traps have. Now the problem here is I don't have enough damage, I don't think, to clear this first wave, but let's try it out. I mean, it's only 8 enemies, for God's sakes. We can't kill 8 enemies, what good are we? How thick is this ogre? Beef Supreme. Oh. Huh? We good, we good. Let's see, let's get some... Throw down some wisps. Is this gonna clear an area? It's gonna be sketchy before I get upgrades in. Would something please slap the siren, for God's sakes? She thick, man. Woof. She a tanky girl. Oh, it was just a little tickle. That is for sure. Just a tickle. Miss Kitty. Miss Kitty getting the wisp treatment though. You see the damage on the ogres fell off so huge compared to the wisps. A nice DST, explosive striker. 50% of tower damage to nearby enemies. Woo! That is a shiny one right there. Now remember too, entry-level Massacre gear is not going to be anywhere near as good as high wave survival gear. So like a lot of people said when Massacre first hit to go and farm deeper well here because it's so easy to do. The gear is all crap. You know? I mean, come on. Epic pieces. And it's because you just, you know, the difference modifiers between campaign and survival is just huge. So there is map 1 done. 6-minute run. Very nice. Head on over to Ancient Mines. Here we're going to have copters to deal with. Which could end up being a bit of a challenge. Is there first wave copters? Doesn't look like it. Well, I mean, when Massacre first came out, there wasn't a warden either, Dado. That's kind of up to you, Akuna. I mean, you'll get to a point where you'll go way higher than that. I think my loot filter on my main account is set at like 440 or 450, something like that. So I don't touch anything, or I don't even look at anything at all that's below that. But I mean, that just depends on you and where you're at and how much your gear is fine-tuned. Well, yeah, you could just throw down regular walls. I mean, the wisps are hitting harder than the ogres at this point. So, I mean, you could have just thrown regular walls down and done the exact same thing. Let's start working on this other side here at some point. You know what? Do we want to just put those up in here? Just put those up in here. I mean, from Warden era on, entry-level Massacre is pretty trivial, you know? But you gotta remember, too, the deal with Massacre when it first came out, it wasn't the ogres at all. It was the sirens dropping that immunity, you know? Dude, man. Our first copter is, a problem. Don't blow up my ogres. Oh, they blew up in the air. I got lucky. Of course, our range is not here yet. $2 million health on that ogre, or on that siren. Gonna need to get some spiders in too. I mean, not on this run, I don't think, but once I get survival started here. Oh yeah, for sure. The summit PTSD. Oh yes. Oops. I think right there we got us we got a build now, y'all. Copter issue kind of stinks, but as I get more mana here to upgrade the wisps, then that'll be less and less of a problem. Yeah, look at those wisps, man. They just chewed right through that bad boy like it was nothing. I feel like 2 less wisps. Oops. and add in 2 spiders. And I think the build just instantly becomes way stronger. Just from that. Actually, I could throw an archer now, too. Right, let's see how it does now. The copter should get devastated now because of the spider. Hopefully. Too many ground targets right now. Alright, well the wisp got it anyway. Jinn are the top of the list, so it's not going to shoot at a copter unless there's no Jinn left. Spiders are just crazy good, man. Yeah, Massacre was quite difficult when it launched. And then everyone discovered the power of the DST. We all knew about the DST. But it didn't take long before we started spamming them once again. And then the stacking, you guys remember the stacking Inferno traps? The stacking Inferno traps was quite busted as well. Yeah, the sirens aren't dying quick enough for the spiders to switch to these copters. Or the Jinn, pardon me. But the wisps are just on point with that. Oh, there we go. Spider finally decided to get the copter. Yeah, but the wisps are hitting harder right now than the ogres are. And they're attacking more than once a second, and the ogre's only attacking once every 8 seconds with that big range snowball. So, I mean, the ogre damage definitely is completely fallen off now. Yeah, I mean, those wisps just rock that dude like there's no tomorrow. All right, and then in true form, now it would be time to switch over to survival. So we do a massacre survival now. You know what? I'm going to unlock that thing so I don't have to look at it anymore. Actually, I got 3 billion. Now's when the gold starts stacking. See, here's the issue is, you see how much gold I got from that map? I'm in the billions now. So we just went from, what, barely over 1 billion up to, well, it was over 4 billion before I unlocked that, before I sold, or unlocked that rune. In 2 maps. And that's the difference. So, I mean, if you're going to be getting green and blue runes pre-Massacre, they really need to be cheaper to unlock. I mean, I would be fine just with those 2, you know? I'm going to jump in and do that Ancient Mind Survival, but I got to go brew one more up and take a leak again real quick. Sorry, y'all. The downside of drinking entirely too much coffee is having to pee all the time. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back, and then we'll jump in and we'll try a First time Massacre survival clear. Be right back, y'all. Right. Sorry about that, y'all. Got to do what you got to do, though, you know? So, our inventory's clear, right? Let's get it. So we are survival, and we're going to switch it on hardcore to get slightly better loot. And let's see how far we can make it. Let's see. Do we want to start with this? I mean, I think this is a similar build to what we just did. But I think I might have to buff beam these ogres. So I'm going to move the ogres back a little. That way I can get a buff beam on them. I think here I'll leave them there. Well, let's just do, let's do this. Just to get us through and get a little bit of mana here. Spiders are hitting like a truck, too. Yeah, we didn't get very much mana there, huh? Let's just grab this all, and then we'll get one more wave. We might be in trouble here with this copter. Oh, Sharkin got us too. Wow. Definitely gonna have to move him around a bit. Oof. Sharkin went all big time. So let's see. You know what? I think I'm just going to sell these and replace them. With the Sharkin getting uppity, we're definitely going to need some gas. I think we can go... something like that. The summoner's still really good all the way at the very end game, but it requires runes. Like the spider's a beast, the ogres are a beast, but they do require a little bit of help from the runes. Alright. Now, let's get a few wisps down. How do we want to do this? Let's go 5 of them. I'm not sure that that's intentional either, with you being able to stack minions on top of other defenses. And that leaves us 13. It's not much. That's only 2 wisps for this side. We're gonna have to get rid of one of these. There's one more DU left. I mean, we could do this to give a little backdoor spider protection, because there's going to be spiders dropping down in here. But I think that's a pretty solid start. I think this might clear the map. Well, I mean, it might not clear it, but it should do okay anyway. And then I'll keep an eye out for a better weapon. Now that I got a bunch of gold, I'll be able to upgrade a weapon and get way more value out of it than what I'm getting right now. For these copters. Right now, I'm just tickling them. Just a little tickle. VR Dungeon Defenders Awaken. That might be cool. Some sort of a VR DD experience of some sort. Prioritizing the wisps a little for upgrades just because they get so much range value. It's like if the spiders get in the mix, those copters are done, man. Just done. But the spiders have got to get a shot off at them. Oh, I see YouTube chat. I just responded to your VR thing about Dungeon Defenders. So I think maybe you might be lagging behind or something there, Zilla. Not sure. Maybe refresh. If you refresh the stream, maybe you'll be caught back up. I need to... Well, I'm going to go a few more waves. I'm not going to bother upgrading a low-wave weapon. But, I mean, I obviously got to replace this weapon sometime pretty soon. It's just not doing anything. I'm hitting for 4,000 and defenses are hitting for 200,000. It's just not even close. Not even close. We got an ogre up there now. Looks like he's going to get spidered down, though. That was weird. Maybe I'm imagining things. It looked like that spider just hit for 3 million up there. Oh crap, I unlocked the spider rune. I never equipped it. You know, gotta use the rune. Welcome to the future there, Zilla. Welcome to the future. Alright, yeah, let's get this spider rune equipped. Kobold Launcher is actually a damage decrease at this tier, so I don't want to use that, but this one's a straight up damage buff, so why not use it? Let me take a peek around on the ground, see if there's any. Look at the damage difference. And this is an upgraded staff. Well, that's why it was such a big damage difference, because it was upgraded. I don't think we're going to swap weapons yet, though. I think a good transcendent weapon. I mean, that would probably be Beast if I upgraded it. I'm using that Protean Cannon, though. Just hold off for the time, I guess. Let me slap the upgrades in right here. And I think these copters should be automated now. Let me see. I'm not going to shoot at the copters. I don't think Phil's watching there, Zilla. He's still out on holiday, I believe. You have to wait till tomorrow. Or tomorrow I'm actually not going to stream, but Tuesday I'm going to. Actually I might stream tomorrow. I want to see how it goes. It depends on what I got going in real life around the house here, because I've got some things that... Yeah, it looks like those copters are automated now. Spiders for the win. They just add so much. Oh, did he? Okay. Well, Phil might be back then. Maybe he made it home. I haven't seen him chat at all. I mean, he might be, like, on chill mode or something. There's the old Bobby 5557. Still legendary. Oh. Well, yeah, he's probably back home then. I'm not sure. I think I don't know what he did this year, but I know, like, last year, his family, they all they traveled somewhere and did, like, a little family Thanksgiving trip together. I'm not sure if they did that again. But got to give him some family time, you know? If he's back, I'm going to start pestering him tonight. That said 4 million. I just saw 4 million. Am I seeing shit, y'all? Or did you guys see that? That said 4.140 million. All right, there is something funny going on with the spiders. Is it the rune? Huh. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was the rune procking. And it's doing some blown out amount of damage. Yeah, but I mean, double damage doesn't take it from 250,000 to 4 million, you know? That was crazy, though. I'm guessing it was the rune procking. And there's something, maybe some kind of weird scaling with that rune. Yeah, that was a definite 4 mil. But yeah, we automated here now, y'all. Not even fully upgraded yet. Pretty sure we are fully automated. Look at the spider splashes just taking out packs. See, I almost think there's no point in me saving this account to do tutorial videos because, I mean, I'm pretty sure some of this stuff is going to get patched out. Like, there's no reason a spider should be hitting for 4 million, you know? So I don't want to make videos of a bunch of anything that might be bugged. So I'll probably go back to making endgame videos on my main account. I mean, I might save this account, though. Or save this save file where it's at. To do, like, some entry-level type stuff. But basically, what I personally would do, if, like, this was my fresh account, knowing what I know, is complete this map, and then switch over to Rifted, and go through the campaign. And once I get through the campaign on Rift mode, look at the gear I have, try to put together fusion sets. Apprentice, magic missile only? Probably never. Breaking into bonus wave difficulties? Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things that could be done. Have a weapon yet? It's still probably too early. See, the problem here is at the end of the run, I'm going to start getting gear. Like, I'm getting Transcendent gear now. That's just better than what I have. And I'm already seeing pieces that are required level 90. I mean, hopefully I can find a nice weapon that's worth upgrading here at some point. But yeah, after this survival run, if I switched over and switched over to Rift mode, go through the campaign, then see what fusion sets I can put together from the loot that drops on the campaign, and then start fine-tuning real fusion sets, you know? I mean, I feel like it's a waste of time to even shoot at those guys. I'm just not doing anything to them. I need a weapon. We are overdue for a weapon upgrade here. That was a 7mm shot right there. And it was definitely from a spider. So there's something suspect with the spiders right now. Like I said, assuming it's something to do with the rune and maybe the debuff. Or combination of thereof. And it looks like it's only on the copters. Like, not getting that effect at all on any of the ground mobs. I mean, hell, I'm going to start seeing godly gear soon. I mean, it's going to be trash godly gear. But I should start seeing some godly gear relatively soon. But look at the trans gear just covering the ground. Ooh. A focus fire. 4 of 8. That's a shiny. Yeah, I'm just going to hold off on upgrading a weapon. Even though I know that one of these would be quite a bit more powerful. With those 162 upgrades on it, you know? I'm going to wait and get something a little bit more decent. Maybe a transcendent weapon. Here's one. It's got attack and vitality. It's not terrible. Only 3 projectiles. Wait a minute, was it physical though? No, it's fire. I'm not sure I would be able to kill the Demon Lord. I mean, that would be the first, like the ideal first Massacre weapon to get. But I'm not sure I would be able to kill him with what I'm using here. Alright, we getting mobs pushing now, too. The ogres aren't taking too much of a beating yet. We might not get a win on this one. It definitely, the way it looks, I mean, wave 10 and mobs are pushing all the way up to the ogres now. I didn't get an ensnare aura in there either, which is a problem. On either side, I didn't put an ensnare aura down. I mean, that would just be a huge amount of power gain right there. Seems like once I get through the first, like, push that's coming out, things get a little easier. Wow, that one's level 90. Dang it. See, most of the trans pieces that are dropping are all level 90 now. That's kind of a bummer. That one's not. Let me start picking up a couple of these just in case I do decide to do something. Torchlight 2, 100%. Nice. Grats, Fisk. What are we doing on inventory space? We got tons of room. I think I disconnected from Twitch chat again. Can somebody say something in Twitch chat for me? I haven't seen any Twitch chat in quite a while. Oh, there we go. Alright. I must have disconnected and then reconnected. What's going on there, Skitters? The fastest way to level 90 would just be playing survival maps. So just start looking for gear and you know, save any good level 90 gear, of course, and just grind out survival. It's definitely a good time to switch to rifted mode too if you haven't already, Skitters. Like after this map, I'll be going all rifted mode. Level 90, man, got Sunder armor on it too. We'll grab that one as well. That's the thing, too. Like, once you break into Massacre mode, just don't even hesitate for a second to upgrade your stuff. Because the gold that you blow through is just nothing compared to what you're going to be gaining. Let's see if I can find a decent Ethereum marksman piece that's not level 90. Ooh. It's level 90. Dang it. I love that gun, though. Absolutely love it. It's level 90. Level 90. Dang it. We're getting lots of level 90 stuff now. What the hell was that? It's a pretty good piece. I mean, that's a instant equip piece right there. Getting lots of armor. It was a definite mistake not putting in snares down here. I really don't know what the hell I was thinking. I don't know if this push would be that bad here if I had some ensnares down. Oof. Alright, don't die, dang it, I don't want to lose the mana. Gas trap's about to go. Eat laser beam, betties. Level 90, dang it. Mixed mode diversifies the lane schedules, so it'll be a slightly different group of mobs that come out every time. And in exchange for that, it gives you a 6% loot multiplier. Well, there is a pretty massive upgrade with a chance to boost damage, and it's Protean. I think I gotta take that. I mean, that is huge. I should be able to burn copters now. And my laser beam damage is going to go way, way up. Let's see if I can actually kill the copters now. Looks like I still can't kill the copters, huh? Oh, I'm only doing 8,800 per projectile. I thought it would be more than that. That's a bummer. I mean, I'm doing double the damage I was doing, but it's just still not shit. Yeah, definitely. Mixed mode for loot, survival just for cosmetics, and for a challenge if you're wanting to push yourself. So without a doubt, mixed mode all day. Yeah, I don't know. This is a little sketchy. There's a lot. I mean, the ogres aren't taking much damage, but there is a lot of enemies pushing to them. I really think it may be because of the lack of ensnares. See, I got 3 wisps there. I got 3 here. I'm happy with the 2 spiders. I mean, I could get rid of this buff beam and throw an ensnare right there. And do the same thing here. I would actually have a little bit left over, I think. Mix 23 to 25 is better than survival wave 10,000. Survival caps out at wave 25 loot. The difficulty goes up, the loot doesn't. So mixed mode for loot, survival for a challenge, and for cosmetics. Oh, dang. Cast rate on that one. Extra projectile. And it's Protean, but it's fire damage. I think I'll just hold off and use this one until I can get a probably Alk Labs weapon. I mean, it's enough for the laser beam to burn the trash mobs out of the spawn. Guess that's a plus. Ooh, there's no dragon cannon. Marked for death. Boo. Alright, I'm going to have to make an adjustment here because there's just no way that I can have. I just can't have that many enemies pushing up here. But what is the adjustment to make? I mean, I feel like it's take the buff beam off the ogres. Add an ensnare. That ensnare should make a big difference. Do I do the same thing over here, though? The problem on this side is I got the spider, and I'm pretty happy with the spider getting buffed. Let's just see. Oh, shit. I forgot to change. Forgot to change heroes. I'm on Mr. Squishy again. Uh-oh. Don't hit me, Dark Elf Warriors! Please, don't hit me. These guys are all up in my business. Oh, finally. Damn it. Damn it. I think we'll be all right, though. At this point, though, win or lose, even if I scrub out here and am not able to complete it, I'm just going to take the gear that I find, equip the best stuff I can, and go through the Rifted campaign and then switch over to Rifted Survival. Yeah, this is definitely going to clear. No problem here. Gonna have a lot of level 90 gear I can't use yet. But now that I'm in Massacre mode, as soon as I can get the campaign clear and start doing some survival maps, I'll get to level 90 pretty damn quick. I am kind of curious, though, if the sirens... You know, I think just for science, I'm going to do that. As soon as I get some mana built back up, I'm going to sell these wisps and switch back over to a siren spider build. Here I got 4 wisps right there. That theoretically is 4 sirens. I got, what, 3 in here, but over here I could put the sirens right on this buff beam. Actually, do I have enough mana to do it right now? Nah, there's no way. Let me just gather it up. We'll go through one full wave here. Ooh, 4 of 8. Explosive Striker. And we got a fatty Mistamine. Not really, but... Let's go through one more wave here, and then I'll do a quick rebuild. Uh-oh. Am I speaking too soon? I might end up getting shit on right here. Or nah, they took enough damage, looks like. I'm very, very curious, though, if Siren Spiders would hold here. I'm thinking I might switch over to Huntress DPS, too, because I found that marked for death. There's Lightning Strikes, 3 of 8. Let these guys burn out. I'm going to not risk it with the 6,000 mana I'm sitting on. Did I say marked for death? No, I meant, the Huntress one. I can't remember what the hell it's called now. The one that gives your each shot additional damage proc. What the hell is that one called? Or no, it gives you the increased damage for hitting the target multiple times. Focus Fire, that's the one. Focus Fire. I don't know what I was thinking, marked for death. I've got a 3 of 8 Focus Fire. So, assuming I get the bow from the Demon Lord, the fusion one, I might switch over to a Focus Fire Huntress. And these guys are a slow burn now, huh? Holy crap. All right, let's swap it up. Do a little something different here. Yeah, well, let's just sell it all. Don't need that. So let's definitely get, first things first, let's get an ensnarer here. I'm very curious if this will work. I feel like that might not be long enough. Maybe one more spider there. And then over here, where does that leave? 29. So if we went siren, siren, siren. Spider, spider, spider. Buff beam. And that leaves me 4 left. Can we make this a little bigger, maybe? Let me see. Well, I mean... That would leave me 3 left. Let's just do this. We'll just make a fatty. And then we'll use the last 2 on a archer. Or a few upgrades over here too. I want to see how this does in comparison. I think it will do better against those enemies that were pushing up close to the ogre. Well, let's see how it holds here. I mean, they're blasting. 155 damage. AoE damage. I think... Is their target priorities going to be a problem? Those ogres are taking more damage than they were before. Oh, they're getting all spidered on. Get rid of that archer and put in 2 reflect beams. I think would have pay instant dividends here. I mean, the ogres held, but they did get beat on that time. You just flew into the map? Oof. That stinks, man. Let's see, a few more upgrades, and let me get a reflect beam down there. Because we can't have the sirens getting all spootered on, you know? That is ain't right. Actually, I can just do that right now. I don't need to wait. Let's give them a reflect. Let's give these guys a reflect. And that should help me out from getting spidered. And I think they'll do a little better this wave. I mean, they held. All right, let's just watch. Spectate mode. See what happens here. Dark Elf Warriors getting uppity. The Apprentice is absolutely incredible as a builder, Senpai. A couple of problems the Apprentice has as an active hero is can be very, very squishy and has no self-damage boost, where so many of the other heroes have some form of a damage boost. Yeah, it's just not working out. These copters are way too uppity here. It definitely was going way smoother with the Wisps. I mean, they're still getting it, but nowhere near as smooth. Yeah, this is really, it's the stage of the game where the Wisp just really, really shines. You know, where you're not quite at end game, you're just kind of breaking into Massacre mode. Wisps are just so incredible then, in that situation. I mean, once we get through the initial push, they're holding the lanes off like no problem at all, just like melting them way up here. But it's that initial push where the Wisp just does a little better. You know? There's a 4 of 8 of that focus fire. There's a setting called Smart Upgrade and Repair. You want to make sure both of these are enabled. Smart Repair mode and Smart Upgrade mode. And then just don't target anything. So like instead of targeting, say, the buff beam, you want to target right next to it. And what will happen is it'll cycle through the defenses in proper order. So like it will upgrade the buff beam all the way first. Then it'll cycle through the damaging defenses and upgrade them evenly. It's similar to the DD1 system. It's not exactly like, but it's certainly similar. Let's check it out again here. Wave 18. Looks like we got a little better start. It's these copter ogres. We're not getting shots on the copter ogres because there's sirens and Jin and everything else down is where the problem is here. I mean, we got them, but it wasn't pretty, you know? Yeah, hit T. You get the 2 camera views, the DD1 camera view and then more of a DD2 type camera view. So like say I was, you know, repairing. If I hit T, it takes me into the DD1 top-down camera view. If I hit T again, it swaps me back down to the over-the-shoulder type view, like the third-person, conventional third-person view. Yeah, it's some of the little things like that. It just, I mean, you'll learn all the things, but there are definitely some little nuances to figure out. No doubt there. Yeah, I mean, it's just Massacre in the back half of these waves. It's just that first push is just so brutal. I mean, nothing is even coming remotely close once the first push is done. It makes me think, too, do I drop this down to 1 gas trap and put it in snare out there for the copters? It would not be a terrible idea. Or a gas trap, just move the gas trap directly over there. Let's try that out, see if it's any smoother. Put a gas trap. Actually, do we want to go gas trap or do we want to go in snare? Let's go gas trap. We'll put a gas trap right there. And then we'll change this so it's just 1 gas trap instead of the 2. See if that solves any of life's mysteries here. Let us see. Let us see. That should keep those ogres parked back there for a minute. And maybe I can get caught up on the ground lanes before the ogres push in. Yeah, see, we get the ogre stall. Need the 2 gen to die. There's 1 more gen over here. Yeah. See, it just wasn't enough. Just not quite enough. Looks like I'm dead. But, I mean, we're over the hump. There's another round of copter ogres, but I think we're past the point of those being a threat, you know? Just make sure you're not targeting anything, Hakuna, is the thing. Just go right next to your wisps. Make sure that nothing is targeted directly. Because if you have something targeted directly, it's going to upgrade that thing that you have targeted, you know? And then remember, too, the way it cycles through it, it's going to do your buff beam all the way up before it switches over to wisps. So if you don't have enough mana to upgrade your buff beam all the way, it will just sit there on your buff beam and try to keep upgrading it, even though you don't have enough mana. Yeah, I'm wondering here if an ensnare might even be. I think my gas traps just don't have enough duration or reset time to keep the ogres parked there. If they did, I mean, it would be huge, but maybe we'll swap that for an ensnare and try the wave 20 with the ensnare. Where the ensnare will only slow, but it will be constant, you know? I mean, they did good there. Maybe some upgrades? Maybe upgrades would make the difference? It's got a 5-second reset time. It says 24-second duration. You think that would be enough to burn through the start of the wave? What's that take us to? 27-second duration, a 4-second reset time. Let's see how that does. In fact, I'm just gonna go death cam mode, just so I'm not tempted to shoot at him. Yeah, see, the gen are just there's just too many gen, you know? They will eventually, if they're stuck there, Paggi. There's 2 different ogre spots that are getting stuck a lot. See, that's the issue here, is there's just too many gen. The gen aren't dying. So with the gen being the top of the special enemy targeting, that's a problem, you know? Pets don't have tower stats. Pets are DPS only. They added passives on gear into the game, basically. And they couldn't have stats on pets too, or our stats would just be so blown out of proportion. So they made pets DPS only type things. But we've got more stats available with the passives than what we were getting on pets. So they more than made up for it. As far as like the raw stat that we're able to get. But it's one of those areas that's pretty mixed emotions with the community. Because pets were always such a big part of Dungeon Defenders. Well, as part of DD1. DD2, they're just stat sticks or DPS only too. Wow, man, the copters are so slow now with that CC. Because remember, the copters won't continue to come out. There's a limited number of copters on the screen at a time. So with the copters living forever, it's taking them just forever to come out. They're both fun games. Play whichever one you want. I like playing the most recently updated thing, for me personally. So, DDA is the game that's got all the new hotness in it right now. DD2 is supposed to get an update like at the beginning of the year or something like that. Let's see. Looks like we're full upped over here except the ogres. Wave 21, I mean, there's no doubt that this build will clear, but I do think that the wisps and spiders perform better than sirens and spiders. The wisps, of course, require the tree, or the root, but they just did incredibly well, you know? And like I said, the copters just aren't going to get hit because there's so many Jinn alive. Like, there's still 2 more Jinn over there. And sirens come in higher than copters too, I'm pretty sure. The wisp rune is really good. That explosion, I mean, it's straight up free damage. Free damage on top of what is already a really good defense, you know? So yeah, it's incredibly good. Wrecked. That makes for some slow running waves. I feel like it's creeping. Your game crashed at wave 14. Oof. There should still be some stability hotfixes coming, Skitter. So Phil should be getting that stuff squared away here. Just the thought of spiders DPSing an ogre is just crazy. I don't really have a preference, Senpai. No wrong answer there. Play whichever one you feel like playing. Was my answer. I like playing the newest content. So DDA's got the most recent updates. So that's what I'm enjoying more at the moment. Alright, how's the inventory? We're not full yet. Oh damn, look at the godly gear flowing. Ooh, LT rune. Just go ahead and use that bad boy. Wow. Shit, I shouldn't have used that other one. Damn it, man. I'm gonna do it anyway. I know it's a waste. Focus fire. Shit. Same thing. I should have did this one instead. Ew. The spiders, or was that the sirens? That's a weird noise, huh? Can I make it up there? Let me just go up here and beat these fools down. Oh, wow. I'm just tickling. Just a little tickle damage is all. My buddy's gonna drop right on my head and punch me, isn't he? Don't hit me, bro! Oh, man. Time to get out. Time to get out of there. Well, all godly runes are 8 out of 8, Granjo. If you get any duplicate godly runes, you should save them and then trade with people that have runes that you want. Or sell them if you need the gold. You know, either or. But yeah, Godly is 8 out of 8. Transcendent is 7 out of 8. Mythical is 6 out of 8, etc., etc. Their rarity is their upgrade amounts. There isn't any experience on runes. Runes you can't upgrade at all or level up. You have to find them at that tier. So, like, to get an 8 out of 8 rune, you have to find an 8 out of 8 rune. You can't take a 6 out of 8 and upgrade it. God, this is just creeping here now. I'm running out of time, too. Let me see the exact time. Oh, shit. Where are we at? We're at wave 23. Let's just let it fly here. Hopefully I'm able to clear this, but I am completely out of time. I'm supposed to be having dinner with my wife and mother-in-law here tonight. God, I just am doing no damage at all. Straight up tickle tickle. Oof. Wrecked. Let me let this run. I'm gonna go tell them I'll be just a couple minutes, y'all. So sorry, so sorry. I'll be right back, though. I'm just gonna let it run here. All right, perfect. They're actually running about 15 minutes behind, so that will work out just a dandy. Hopefully I can get... I mean, I think that this is going to clear. I think I really need to rethink my DPS hero here. Making me wish I would have created a rogue. Especially since I ended up not using the apprentice at all through the whole thing. I think I actually used the apprentice for maybe a couple of waves. I do have that LT rune, though. The LT rune is going to be quite nice. That is so weird that the copters are what's coming in at the end. There's a gen out there too, I guess. That gen's in the gas trap and the spiders are locked onto it, yet the spiders are not hitting it. I think I'm going to lose my gas trap there. Ah, man. I am gonna... Okay, thank God it despawned. Wow. I'm not able to jump out of that siren explosion? I mean, I think the build's gonna hold anyway. Shit. Oof, that was close. God dang it. Getting rocketed in the face. Death. Once more. These copters are just going to chill there now, huh? Oh, there we go. The spiders are finally going to hit the copters. For the bonus wave on mixed mode, you haven't had a bonus wave actually happen? You have to unlock the bonus wave. So, like, to get Lycan King bonus waves on mixed mode, you have to beat the keep on mixed mode. To get Ancient Dragon bonus waves on mixed mode, you have to beat the summit on mixed mode. And then you select the bonus wave when you go into the map. Like, there's an additional little box down below once you get them unlocked that'll allow you to select which bonus difficulty you want. Well, I mean, if you can select it, that means that you've cleared the keep on that game mode. So, like, to unlock it on survival, you have to beat the keep on survival. Yeah, it's a bonus difficulty. Well, I mean, everybody calls it bonus wave because that's what it used to be, is bonus waves. But now it affects the entire run. Because that's what people wanted. It's sleepy. They polled people, and people said they would rather have the entire thing at a higher difficulty than just one wave. All about what the peeps want. This entire update is pretty much all... You know, I mean, besides, obviously, we didn't pick the summoner. Well, we did, to an extent, but... As far as the balance changes and the difficulty changes and stuff like that, it was all from community surveys and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, 3 waves of bonus loot, exactly. But I guess additionally, it's like it was something designed for future content as well. Like having the bonus difficulty versus an additional wave. Dang it. Don't hit me. Got spiders up here now too. And of course they're fire resistant spiders. I'm screwed. Yep. Oh, I'm stuck here. No, there we go. I was going to say I'm stuck again. Copter just chilling. That was a additional level on the Kickstarter that never got hit. It was a Kickstarter milestone. I don't remember what milestone it was, but it was a milestone that never got hit. I mean, we'll probably still get a Riftwalker. But of course the... Nah. I don't even know. Let me look real quick. I don't know what tier that was. Let's see. Where are you? Yeah, the Riftwalker was 500, the 500,000 milestone. And we only made it to the 450,000 milestone. The big one was the 550, the customizable tavern. That would have been incredible. I wish we would have got to that one. For sure. Well, they're not porting any of them. I mean, obviously the design work is done for the theme, but none of them are ported. They're all created fresh assets. But that's what they originally planned for, is every episode update there's supposed to be one returning hero and one new hero. Now, I don't know if they'll stick with that, but that was the original plan. But yeah, nothing in the game is ported, though. Everything is created for this game in Unreal 4. It's a bug that we all assume will get hotfixed there, Matthew. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, less design work is less design work, you know? Dang it. Now I'm going to have to wait for this ogre to time out for 6 years. Your crazy eye there, Mr. Ogre. You little spinny hat. Hopefully it doesn't take too many years for this guy to time out. A little plumber butt going on there. A little plumber butt, Mr. Ogre. Pull up your pants, dude. Pull up your pants. Oof. The dreaded wait for Ogre to time out. You missed the Halloween Ogres? The Halloween Ogres were cool. No doubt. Oh, it's crazy good. Particularly if you have the rune. The EV's flamethrower. This is ridiculous. Borderline broken with the rune. Maybe not even borderline. Maybe just straight up OP broken. It's another one. I mean, just so many things in the game are extremely powerful right now. You know? Well, it's kind of niche is the thing. So not putting it together right away is not a bad thing. Because the range on it is so short that, you know, it's not going to be the ideal thing to use on every map. But on maps where it is, it completely wrecks them. Oh, come on already. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Get the most out of your money. You bought the game, play it. Play all the things, you know? Nothing wrong with that at all. This guy doesn't time out soon. I'm gonna have to bolt, y'all. I got 2.5 minutes before my wife saying she was running 15 minutes behind. There we go. All right, let's look at this. Look at this giraffe here. Did we get a good one? Oh, that thing is huge compared to my others. Usable right now too. Oh damn. Yeah, that's a nice boost right there. All right. Well, that is going to get it for me for today, y'all. Those that were asking, when you get done with the survival, instead of going leave the tavern, just hit continue, and bam, wave 26. But I am going to go ahead and bolt on out to tavern, because that is it for today. Now, I am going to be streaming either Monday or Tuesday, where I normally take Monday and Tuesday off, but I'm not sure which day yet. Either Monday or Tuesday, one of the two. But I will post it up on Twitter or on the YouTube community page as soon as I know. But anyway, that is going to get it for now. And that is a trip to Massacre mode. So that was what? That was 13 hours and 15 minutes total playtime from brand new account to winning our first Massacre survival. So not too shabby, not too shabby. Definitely not breaking any records, but that was not a terrible run. But anyway, y'all, thanks a ton. Happy Sunday, everybody. And I will see you all next time. Take it easy, y'all.